I read passages from a Lordship's order. If necessary, I can read again, but your Lordship judgment records, if I am right in paras 18, 19, 18, 19, 20 and 25, that your Lordship's order is interlocutory as to what should happen till the time NCLAT hears substantively 129 and 30. That is what I showed to your Lordship that day. Now, this is the first thing to show that it is interlocutory pending an appeal. That appeal has now been decided in my favor. And your Lordships are hearing an appeal therefrom. In the meantime, my lord, in the meantime, pending the appeal, my lord, came the affidavit of 16th of August 23. That SBI's of affidavit of offer. I call it an affidavit of offer. It came, my lord, on 16th of August 23, in which they said that we make an offer to cut this entire litigation, my lord. The offer was, you please bring in 350 crores. Why 350, my lord? Because 350 is the amount mentioned in the plan, which was, my lord, it could be split 100, 100, 150. If you bring in 350, if you infuse, my lord, the Chief Justice will recall, emphasis was placed on the phrase infuse.
So SBI said that if you infuse 350 crores,
then
they will not challenge the finding that the conditions
right,
have been...
Right, absolutely. So now, my lord, this affidavit came on 16th.
So according to you, if you did not deposit 350 crores, the consequence would be that the appeal would still have to be heard.
And your Lordship order,
that's your content.
Order pending
You
the
got your
appeal.
point.
Now, something important, my lord, just to complete this and then we leave this question. So, my lord, I went to NCLAT and said, you have made an offer. Infuse 350. I said, I will bring in 100 plus 100. But 150, my lord, I will bring as PBG. So I, my lord, if you put it that way, I, my lord, twisted their offer.
That we found was unacceptable.
Found out that you're not okay because you may have a PBG because the word said infused. Infused means money. 350 you haven't infused. You can't get the benefit of the offer. And NCLAT's order, which was dated, my lord, 28th of August 23, holding that I have accepted their offer in the so-called twisted manner, was disapproved by this court, and the issue of offer came to an end. Because I said, and my lord, one thing your lordship may note, I had brought in 200 in cash, 100, my lord, by 31st of August, and 100 by 30th of September. That was the...
So why did we say in that concluding part of our order that if you fail to deposit the 150 crores, then the consequences under the resolution plan will
follow? But the consequence under the plan is not, my lord, liquidation. Consequence, we'll see what the consequence is.
The consequence would be then you will be non-compliant with the resolution.
No, my lord, with great respect. Now, I made it clear. It's PPG. My lord, let me now tell you, lord. This is what your lordship said, right?
Because we didn't stop short at setting aside the NCLAT order. We gave you an extension of time.
It still gave me 10 more days, 10 more days, 12 more days.
And we said, now comply, you must bring this 150 crores.
That is also, my lord, for purpose of meeting the offer. Lord, please appreciate. Your lordship,
I got your point, but we have the other side on the
lordship hearing an interlocutory appeal. Pending an interlocutory appeal.
Mr. I don't think you need to labor the point.
So that
case was that, look, NCLAT had held that you are entitled to
accept that offer in this form.
adjust the bank guarantee of
Yes.
150 crores
Yes.
towards the 350 crores
Right.
upfront payment.
Right. So then part is
That
over.
set aside, we said that look, you have to infuse 350
Right.
crores, therefore we give you time. According to you, if you don't comply, then obviously
Appeal will have to be heard.
right.
If I lose an interim stay,
Therefore, now you are fair enough.
It
Therefore,
can't be a-
what are your responses on merit?
Yeah, now we come. So I was coming to that. This was without one part. This was one part which I had done that day.
You got your point.
I don't want to repeat it again. Your Lordship's order, paras 18, 19, 28.
Now you have to deal with their argument on merit side.
Yeah, now I'm coming to merits. Now, my lord, before we close, your Lordships asked me a question. Which is that condition in the CPs relating to payment? My lord,
Yes, yes.
I showed you those conditions. None of it relates to payment. Now let's start on that. Your Lordship will now see what are the conditions precedent. Your Lordship may note conditions precedent, and I want to take 2 minutes to tell you, my lord, why they have a reason. It is very important to note, my lord, the rationale of the CPs. The CPs, my lord, were placed by me in my plan. The CPs are not, my lord, a legal provision which obliges me to do something or the other. The CPs were placed by me in the plan because the Lordship notes, my lord, this is not a purchase of a property or a factory. This is, my lord, a revival of an airline which depends on a large number of external factors. So you can't gainsay, my lord, and say, well, I've taken over a company, but that company doesn't have planes, doesn't have an airport certificate, doesn't have this, doesn't. So there's no, it's not like buying a house, my lord. If you want to buy a house, the plan is absolute. Pay 100 crores, you're done with it. So there are many imponderables. So my plan said, my lord, firstly, my lord, I am not, my lord, a very big, my lord, conglomerate like Tata's or Birla, etc. My wherewithal was approved by them. The plan was approved by 90 or whatever percent. So I said, I also need time. When I come to payment, I'll show you. So, my lord, the CP said that this is very important. That if, my lord, within 270 days, your lordship may note that figure. If within 270 days of the approval of the plan by NCLT, if the CPs are not met because they are dependent on external features, if they are not met, then my plan will automatically fail. So it was a conditional plan that I am going in, but it depends on so many external factors. If I don't get the CPs, means I don't get airport permits, slots, etc., then what's the great point of taking an airline? So that's the difference in this plan and other plans. That if I don't get the CPs, which depend on DGCA, Mumbai airport.
We have to see if the conditions.
I'll just show you. So the plan will fail. It will automatically fail was my plan. And I had put the CPs, my lord, for my satisfaction and my safeguard. It is not put by them. It's very, very important that if these CPs are met, I go forward. If they are not met, it fizzles out. In that background, your lordship now sees the CPs. My lord, the CPs, my lord. My lord, PDF 286. Kindly, my lord. Obligation. Lord, 260, PDF 286. You also will get the rationale of these CPs, which I had put in the plan for my safeguards.
What's the printed page?
286 plot PDF. 260. Running page is 260, it should be PDF 286. At the foot of the page, clause 7.6.
This convenience compilation of
No.
Of the appeal.
Main.
It's got it, yes.
Main. At the foot, you'll also get a clause 7.6. So, my lord, these conditions, your lordships have noted, were met on 20th May 22. The other side doesn't accept it. We went to NCLAT, NCLT. NCLT said, you are right, they have been met on 20th May.
Are you sure NCLT has said so?
Yes.
Order of 13 January
Yes,
23.
to which they filed an appeal. Yes,
That's what they appeal.
yes, I'll show that. I'll show it to you. Now, kindly see, my lord. Now, this is the starting point, my lord, if I may say so. We are still quibbling. We are 2.5 years down the line. We are still quibbling whether these have been met or not met. Their stand till today is that they have not been met. Now come to, my lord, the conditions. These are conditions for implementation of the plan. The obligation of the RP, RA, to recommence operations as an aviation company, being the business proposed to be acquired is subject to the fulfillment of the following conditions after the approval date. Approval date, my lord, is the NCLT approval date of the plan, which is, my lord, November, 21, 6/21. 22/6/21. So I have to commence, my lord, operations. For that, your lordship may note, my lord, please note, my lord, A, C, and D. The other side is now challenging, my lord, A, C, and D not having been met. My lord, B is subsumed in C. So B is not relevant. And E is a demerger, not relevant. Now A is, my lord, validation of airport operators permit of the CD. The AOP of the CD should have been validated by DGCA, civil aviation, other documents, and grant all the mandatory approvals to enable it to recommence flying, etc., etc. So this is the most critical part of, my lord, an airport operator company. Apart from getting planes and slots, if you don't have this, you can't fly. This, my lord, I got on 20th May 22. This I got on 20th May 22. This is available at page 453 of the CC. But your lordship need not see it.
Then what about the next?
So your lordship may only note, A is being challenged today. It was never, my lord, questioned earlier because it's a document of DGCA. Your lordship can see it. Today it has lapsed. But it may lapse during pendency of the appeal. I can't keep getting it renewed if you don't, my lord, we have a decision on the starting point of the race. I can't be expected to go on renewing till the end when you are saying I won't allow you to go and you should be in liquidation. 2.5 years have gone down, my lord, since I got an AOP. Now come to C. Slots. I had 48 slots. I got 48 slots. Your lordship may note, I'll show if necessary. Now those slots have disappeared. You can't keep slots, my lord, in a parking lot in an airport when you don't have a plane to fly. So it's like a chicken and egg story.
On C, when did the DGCA and MOCA approve the suspended slot?
Yes, Milord, slots. I'll show you the slots. I'll show you the slots.
Subject to payment of approved.
Just have the slots here. 48 slots.
That's the condition.
Your Lordship will find.
It's 475
What
crores.
is PDF? PDF. One Milord of the CC. Your Lordship will start. At one glance, Your Lordship will have it at 461. The PDF is 466. This is at one glance. There are letters of all the airports, but at one glance, Your Lordship will get. Just to show that you had. Below 461 is a list. Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Kochi, Nagpur, Goa, Chennai, Ahmedabad. For example, below 2 pages down the line is a Bangalore letter. Bengaluru. So you get it from airports concerned. These are, Milord, slots are seasonal. They depend on winter season, summer season, lean season, heavy season, etc. Your Lordship will find that at 461, after the charge, the first note, slots for daily flights for summer schedule. My Lord, my Lords get that? All my Lords get that?
Yes.
So if you don't use them, you lose it. So you have to, for winter you have to apply, for summer you will apply, for lean season you will apply. This is how it goes. So idea is, Milord, you have to be a running concern. You get an AOP, you start flying. Then you get a renewal. You get slots, you use them. You get renewals. If you don't, if till today the stand of the other side is that CPs are not met, what is the point of this, Milord, to say that you don't have it today? I had it then. I can't go on renewing something. I don't have a plane, I don't have company, I don't have shares, I don't have directors. And I'm going to show you, Milord, what they were supposed to do. It's not therefore, as I said, Milord, a mere case of my bringing in money and buying a property or a house. It had reciprocal obligations. They have to give me the company, I have to have shares, I have to have further fundings, I have to buy planes, I have to deal with, Milord, employees. It's not, Milord, a one-way thing that you keep on getting. We will keep on objecting. Now, Milord, turn back a few pages to 453 just to see the airport certificate also.
Counter.
Take the glance at a few pages earlier at 453. Your Lordship will get the AOC. 453. In the same volume, CC.
Mr. Rogi, assuming all this is true, and the effective date was
20th
May 2022,
Hmm.
your obligation to infuse 350 crores within a period of 150 days,
That became, it's actually 180, Milord.
180.
Yeah.
That
I'll show you that now.
That was absolute. And therefore, we really, when we directed that you must infuse 150 crores
Yeah.
within 10 days, that was keeping in mind the fact that there was a failure of your client to comply with the Z plus 180 days requirement.
Great respect, no.
And that's why we said if you now don't comply, then the consequences under the resolution plan will follow.
Because the consequence in the plan is not liquidation, number one. Number two, if you are still quibbling that 20th May is not reached, can any other obligation commence, my lord, when you don't want to give me the company, either the shares or directors? I don't have anything. I just go on infusing. I'll show you, my lord, what we have done. Just to complete one part, that this is 20th May, then I'll immediately switch to the next issue.
Yes.
Just turn a few pages earlier to see, my lord, the AOC. 453.
Yes.
453 is the AOC. And 461 was slots. So that takes care of A and C. Lordship, seen that?
Yes.
Now D, my lord, is international traffic. I told the lordship that day, international traffic rights you cannot get under Ministry of Civil Aviation's policy. That is, that you have to have 20 aircrafts and flying experience of 5 years. Unless you have that, you can't fly in international skies. So that is, my lord, begging the question. Basically, it's A and C. And there is a letter, my lord, in that regard, which is, my lord, in the same CC at 481. 481, PDF 486. That policy of 5 years and 20 aircrafts, your lordship will get that. Just turn to that document. It is a document, my lord, blank May 22. And D, your lordship, remember D is international rights in compliance with relevant laws. And the relevant laws are now prescribed at 481, which is a minimum requirement of 5 years and, my lord, these 20 aircrafts. Therefore, really, as I said, it's A and C. And A and C both, your lordships have got documents which I have shown. Now, according to me, my lord, the documents of A and C are clear as daylight. It admits of no ambiguity. Yet they are going on till today saying that you have not complied with the CC. And if you haven't complied with the CC, you can't get the company. I can't get the key of the company. I can't get a share. I don't have a director. I can't buy a plane. I don't have a slot. So if you start, my lord, litigating on the first question, you can't have it both ways. I will object that you don't have the CC. But from the CC, you should have brought in the money. Please appreciate. If parties are at item on a particular thing, then the milestones fall on the way. But if you are not at item, you say, I am not at item on the starting point, but you haven't, from A, you haven't gone to D or E or F. To that, Lord, my answer is, you are problem creating, Lord, the first point, and yet out of 350, I brought 200 and 150 was PBG under the offer. That didn't happen, but now it has happened under the order which I'll show. Please keep aside your lordship's order, which was an interrogative order. We will now come to this order. Now I have shown you. Now see, my lord. You know, kindly appreciate. This is a commercial transaction. A commercial transaction is not undertaken with a reasonable view that I will get the company, and a large part of this will happen when the company takes off. If you are starting, my lord, and litigating at every point, that this has not been met, this has not been done, but yet you haven't brought in the money in the strict form that you had to. You have to see, my lord, section 55. These are reciprocal obligations. And yet, I have done more than what I was required, despite the fact that you are objecting to everything. My Lord Justice Patiwala asked a question. Does the order of 13th of January say that the CPs are met or not? Your Lordship may see the operative part of that order, against which they filed an appeal. That order, my Lord, is at, see, my Lord, at 670.
But if you read the order very closely,
Yes.
the operative part is inconsistent with the discussion in the main part.
But they filed an appeal, but I was happy with the operative part.
Fine, no problem. We may put you one question, Mr. Roy.
Yes, yes.
For the time being, proceed on the footing that we dismissed his appeal. What will be the first step in the process at your end now?
I will address your Lordship. That's very important.
On what is this date today? 20.
Yeah. So yes, your Lordship is right. We are 2.5 years down the line. What is absolutely right? I will, my Lord, devote 15 minutes once I finish all this to this issue. And Justice Bhushan has dealt with this issue. What is the way forward? If you keep on quibbling like this, there is no way forward.
And the second question.
Yes, I will deal with that.
Which I repeat again.
Yes.
How do you expect them
Yeah.
to implement our direction? Very, very specific query was put to you by my Lord the Chief Justice.
Yes.
Why did we have to say that if it is not infused, the consequences shall follow in accordance with the resolution plan?
Yes.
Your reply is that the consequences are not liquidation.
Yes.
Whatever may be the consequence.
Right.
Correct?
Right.
But you were directed to make that payment.
It is, my Lord, not a direction.
You are
It's a chance. A chance was given.
Your
If you
reply-
meet, then you will be deemed to have met the offer of 16th of August.
And your reply is that, well, I couldn't meet with that condition. My appeal still stands.
Their appeal. Their appeal stands.
Correct. But then how do we give effect to that part of the direction?
Because, my Lord, with great respect, your Lordship's order, my Lord, is not to be read like a statute. The fact is, it's an interlocutory order.
Not statute, but something was in our mind.
So, my Lord,
We wanted your...
I'll tell you, my Lord, I will tell you. I will deal with that also. I will tell you. As I said, my Lord, one part of the plan said that if the CPs are not met within the time prescribed, the plan will automatically fail. That was one provision. It's not liquidation. The plan will fail. If the plan fails, I go home. If the plan fails, I go home with my money. It's not, my Lord, a case of an absolute plan. It's not a case of an absolute plan. As I said, you pay 100 rupees and take a property. If you don't pay, forfeit it or whatever. That's what it said. So consequences under the plan, I will show you. One was that, my Lord, the plan fails. The NCLT, however, said, while approving the plan, that automatic failure of the plan is too harsh or too extreme. So we will modulate to say, you will get it in this time, otherwise we will give you extensions. So don't take that extreme view. So what the plan then said, we will give you extensions. And I got all the extensions. That is the result of the plan. The result of the plan is not, my Lord, a death blow. I'll show that to you also. But let me, my Lord, go one by one and I will answer these questions. Kindly turn to page 670 of volume 2. The operative part of 13th of January. It starts at 542, my Lord. Operative is 670. The PDF is 696. Operative part of 13th of January 23. Kindly come, my Lord, to para 126.
Volume 2.
This is, my Lord, page 670, PDF 696, volume 2.
92.
Your Lordships get that paragraph?
70.
Yes. My Lord, para 126. Very clear. In the background, for reasons stated, we hold that CPs 1 and 5. 1 is, my Lord, AOC. 5 is, my Lord, that international. A demerger, which is not relevant. And are admittedly complied, remaining 2, 3 and 4 are also duly complied. So, this is a clear finding in the order of 13th of January. Against this, they filed an appeal, my lord, 129 and 30. They wanted a stay on this. They didn't get a stay and they came to your lordship, my lord, in that appeal. So, please note, my lord, we are litigating till today whether the CPs are met or not on 20th May. Now see, my lord, the last line of that page. Last line. So, last line is very important. We grant exclusion of the period because 20th May 22, my lord, has now reached 13th of January. It has reached, my lord, 8 months down the line. I had 180 days. Your lordship, remember that figure Z plus in that chart? So, there was exclusion for 180 days till 16/11/22 for what? Very important. For taking control. I had to get the company. To get the company, I have to get shares. There has to be cancellation of old shares. I have to have directors. I have to, my lord, ensure with all the authorities with the support of the lenders. So I had to get this. I don't have it even today because we are litigating on this issue. This issue is going on. Even today it is going on.
Can we read para 120
Sorry?
at page
Yes.
665?
Yes.
In light of the above,
Best efforts. The SRA could not bring in the first tranche and make payment to the stakeholder of 180 from 20th May, which is not the CP date, as per the plan. Since the SRA is committed to complying with the timeline, since the SRA has been prevented
correct, okay.
from taking into account so-and-so present application has been filed, has been by seeking exclusion till the date of implementation decided by Tribunal of 180 days granting the plan for
Now 121.
Yes.
The
In the light of the
tribunal
above,
record,
we did so-and-so
allow the application, exclude
the
period
time
from-
which was done.
Is this time period still subsisting or it has expired?
No, so after this also many things have happened, which I showed you also.
So this period has also expired.
After this also there are extensions because of their conduct. I'll show you one by one. Justice Bhushan has devoted pages after pages on their conduct and opposing me at every stage. Because, my lord, the courts don't grant, my lord, unlimited extensions. You grant 3 months, 4 months, thinking things will happen. I'm going to now show you every extension. So, it is important to note that this order went in appeal without getting a stay. They came to your lordships. Therefore, it is clear that it was an interim position before the court. And an interim position, my lord, with greatest respect, cannot result in an appeal being allowed ipso facto. It can never be that. And your lordships have been carefully, my lord, mentioned in paras 18, 19, 20 and 25 of the order of 18 January 24. Now, this, my lord, these are the conditions precedent. Please note that they have nothing to do with infusion of money.
So if we go by the last extension, but when is that period coming to an end?
I'm just showing you.
31st January.
I'm just.
31st?
January 24. Your lordship's last extension.
That we are not.
No, it cannot. Cannot. 31st January, my lord, was an ex gratia time of 2 weeks granted by this court.
So now
It doesn't have the effect of modification.
Now what do you propose to do?
I'll just, my lord, just give me 15 minutes. Let me finish this and I'll answer this.
Yes.
Because this is a question that is very important. We are going on, my lord, nitpicking here and there for forward. I entirely appreciate. But before I do that, I want to show you, my lord, what happened. Because your lordship rightly said 20th May 22. You are in 24. What happened? So 20th May, just imagine, my lord, on a broad picture. 20th May 22 went, my lord, in contest till 13th of January. Because they said we don't accept, you go to the court and get a declaration. I've got those documents, I'm not bothering your lordship. They said, we don't accept 20th May. Go to the court. So I went to the court. 13th January, I got an order. They said, we don't accept. So we filed an appeal. So from January, my lord, they filed an appeal. They didn't get an interim order till 3/3/23. Interim order was refused. On 3/3, my lord, in April 23, they came to this court. So please note, from April 23, my lord, your lordships were in season of the matter till 18th of January 24. So if, my lord, litigation takes this time, and between this expires, or AOC expires, or that expires, that cannot have, my lord, an impact that you haven't renewed this or you haven't done it. And from 18th January 24 till today also, they are saying you haven't met the CP. This is where we stand. Now I'll show you what happened, my lord, after my lord Chief Justice query of the last time was. What now? What after this 20th May? What happened? It's all right, litigation happened. What did you do? I'll show you what I did and what they did. Just see that now, straight away. That, your lordship, may now turn to the CC. It can't be, my lord, a one-way street. It's a two-way street. I have a commercial bargain. I put in, I have to get something. Can't be, you go on putting in, go on renewing things, but we won't, my lord, give you an inch. And you must now go down the drain. That's the attitude. At every stage, it will be clear. I'll show you, my lord, a few examples of that. Only a few examples. Turn, my lord, to page 52 of the CC. PDF 57. Very quickly, I'll show you. What happened on the ground post 20th May, which ultimately led to their filing appeals and all that. Kindly turn, my lord. And on this day, 20th May, I have the CPs in my pocket and I wish to proceed. And the CPs are my safeguards. Turn to 52, my lord, PDF 57. I wrote the next day. Your lordship gets the date, my lord, 21st of May. My lord said the date?
Yes.
21st May. See the subject, my lord. Satisfaction of CP under so and so. My lord, middle of the page. We certify and confirm that CPs have been fulfilled with the last condition fulfilled on 20th May, which was the AOC. Accordingly, in terms so and so, the effective date is so and so. Now, my lord, the last portion. Since the plan provides for completion of certain activities on the effective date, including, now please see this, including issuance of non-convertible debentures and zero coupon bonds to the assenting financial creditors like them, as per terms agreed, we would request you to share the necessary documents with us for execution and completion of certain steps. Because, my lord, this is also to be done. Next, further clause so and so requires the SRA. Now, this is very important. We'll have a look at the last portion. SRA requires to provide a PBG of 150 crores, of which the COC continues to hold PBG of 47 crores and amnesty of 15. Accordingly, we will submit a PBG of the differential of 87 crores. This will make it, my lord, 150. That's how it became 150. Your lordship may note on at the last point that it became 150 on 27th May 22, within 5 days. This shortfall, which is mentioned in the last line of this page, my lord, that we will make it up because we had to get a PBG of 150. We brought it on 27th May 22. Within 5 days, this was done. Then we, my lord, said that we'll file a report, etc. Then your lordship will find there are multiple letters, my lord, which go on. Kindly turn straight, my lord, for a minute now. Turn to 65. Now see what happens on the ground. This is, my lord, the meeting of the MC held on July 14. From May, we have travelled to July. And those other compliances date are there. But now see what is happening on the ground. This is their minutes of July 14. Your lordship will find, see, my lord, 66 bottom. Item number 18 to discuss the way forward on implementation of the plan. The second para. ACH reminded, my lord, you may know that's the name of the RP. ACH is the RP. ACH reminded the member that as per direction NC, extended date was provided up to 25th May. My lord, just note this, that the CPs had to be met by 25th May and they were met within the time on 20th May. That's the only relevance, it has no other relevance. For completion, SRA has shared the status as on 20th May, that is 5 days before, which was shared on so and so. SRA has also filed a status report with NCLT of the CP so and so, that CP is complete and effective day is reached. Now, my lord, kindly turn. Now, see the last portion. ACH, the RP, now requests, my lord, AGB, that's a law firm, to represent and share their views on the status of the CP. No views were required, 2 certificates were there. Now, my lord, accordingly, the last line, AGB was apprised of so and so, so and so, so and so. Now, see, my lord, the next para at 67. SBI and Yes Bank representatives sought clarification of AGB on clear status CP, according to which the AGB mentioned that basis the data as a status data available juncture based on documents, it appears that the CPs cannot be said to have been reached. Despite it being clear as daylight, the lawyer said it has not reached and they highlighted other facts, etc., etc. Now, middle. Upon discussion, the ACH mentioned that since there is a divergent view, the question on determining the effective date still remains open. The SBI suggested to minutize both the views of the SRA and the legal counsel, which can thereafter be deliberated, etc. Now, my lord, kindly turn to page 68. Your lordship will then find there is now a chart. This is of the same date. The chart goes on about the CPs. Kindly, my lord, just have one glance at 69. These are the, on the right side, the comments of AGB. See, my lord, 761C slots. I'm just giving an example. Slots were there. Summer schedule I've shown you. See the last line of the comment. I'm not bothering with the detail. Last line of the comment. In light of the above and basis the information received, we are of the view condition is not satisfied. We don't accept your slots. So it goes on. Then, my lord, the next meeting is at page 71 after 5 days. Page 71 bottom. Issue B1 to discuss the way forward. Your lordship will then find kindly, my lord, see page 72 bottom. Your lordship find middle, CAM. CAM is also, my lord, a lender's counsel. That is CAM. You have CAM, you have SAM. So this is CAM, my lord. Now CAM comes in, AGB comes in. Now see the last line, my lord, of this CAM presentation. In case the RA does not agree, it may go on its own or be advised to go before NCLT for adjudication of rival claims on this account. So, my lord, it goes on. And then, your lordship will find, see, my lord, page 79. 79, first subparagraph. Accordingly, it is advised that in the light of differing views, the compliance of the CPs as they stood, an application be filed by me. My lord, I am saying it is made. I was asked to file an application. It's absurd. They should have filed an application. I am asked to file an application that you get a declaration that you got it. All burdens on me. We don't accept. We don't accept a certificate. Certificate, my lord, of DGC is not manufactured by me. So, then, my lord, all this goes on and on. Just now, see, my lord, one more, and I'll finish with this detail. Page 82. This is now, my lord, we have reached September. From 20th May, we have reached one line. Page 82, first subpara. SRA's legal counsel contended that CPs were condition precedent to the business and not to the implementation of the plan. SRA has a view, CP is satisfied. He highlighted, SRA awaits the bank account detail in order to start funding and move ahead with implementation, etc. Nothing done. Now turn Miller to page 87. These are minutes of 29th of September. Your Lordship may note at 87, these are draft minutes. They were finalized later, but see the draft below. Draft is very important. At page 88, subclause A on the top. This is critical. So in September, my lord, they changed and had a change of heart that we will support you.
But Mr. Rogi, even these minutes at page 82,
Yes.
Those minutes begin at page 82, yes.
Yes,
22nd of August.
yes.
The successful resolution applicant had unconditionally undertaken that we will infuse funds and meet our financial commitment.
I will show, my lord. I will show. I will show. Please don't take it that I haven't.
See at page, that is at page.
Your Lordship, right.
82.
My lord, after this, I will show that. I'll show you what I've done. Kindly, my lord, see 88 for a second. I'll complete this part and then we come straight to that. Come to page 88.
See also page 84. Why did SBI make that offer? SBI made that offer because of what it was agreed at page 84.
Yes.
Accordingly, it was advised that in light of the differing views vis-a-vis the compliance of the CPs as they stood,
Yes.
an application will be filed by the SRA before the adjudicating authority presenting both views, namely as per SRA and that as presented by the council to the monitoring committee,
Right.
and accordingly seek necessary directions for proceeding with the implementation of the resolution plan. It was specifically advised that such an application would be supported by the lenders subject to and only upon an unconditional undertaking being provided by the SRA that shall inter alia assure fulfillment of all financial commitments of the SRA under the
My lord,
resolution
with great
plan.
respect.
A committed payment and infusion of funds towards payment of various stakeholders and insolvency resolution process costs, notwithstanding shortfall in funds available to the corporate debtor towards its financial
Lord,
obligation.
with great respect.
Therefore,
With great respect.
Therefore, by this, the lender said, all right, we will support you before the adjudicating authority, provided you are meeting your financial commitments.
But they did not. They did not.
No,
Never support.
no, but you had to first put your money down.
Again, we are back to that question.
You had to put money down and then they would support you.
My lord, with great respect, my lord. With great respect. Can the intent be that even to get the AOC, I had to spend money, I had to get planes on lease?
Forget about the AOC, but you had to comply with your financial commitments. That was the whole.
And my lord, I will tell you.
There was a divergence. There was a divergence. You know, the AZB was the representative of the of the successful resolution. So not the AZB was
the lender.
of the lender.
I didn't have a lawyer.
Right, right. Now AZB said that there was no compliance with CPs. You were saying that we have complied with the CPs. It was agreed that therefore you will make an application to the adjudicating authority. The lenders would support you, but the unconditional undertaking by you was that we will comply with our financial.
That also was changed by
And
them.
therefore,
Is what I am showing
therefore we must understand our order directing you to deposit 150 crores. That is not in order for the offer which they had made to go through. That is a fundamental basis of the plan that you had to pay that 150 crores to make up the upfront 350 crores.
And two more payments. 350 is, my lord, the first tranche. 475, you have to
I'm going
use.
to come to
476,
Just allow me, my lord. I'll show you that.
1,150 crores. And we are stuck with 200 for the last 2.5 years.
My lord, let me answer this straight away, my lord. Kindly just make a note, my lord. Kindly make a note. It's very important.
Just a minute.
I had to bring in. Sorry. please note, my lord is talking about the money. Let's have, my lord, those dates. Let's not, my lord, go in the air. Kindly note, my lord, money infusion. Kindly note that is a sub-part. And I'll give you lots of the dates and the orders. 350 crores to be brought in Z plus 180. Z, my lord, being
Effective date.
effective date. I am not taking lordship to the documents, it will take more time. Z plus 180 is to bring in 350, and simultaneous to this, shares were to be issued, company was to be given to me, and I would make all preparatory works, my lord, to start flying.
Where?
It's not, my lord, a one-way street.
Let them show that.
Now, this first 180 days, my lord, comes to an end on 16/11/22. Between 20th May 22 and 16/11, all this is going on, which I was trying to show to you lords. This was going on. I won't do this, you do this, you do this, etc. And finally they filed an appeal. Now 16th November 22 is extended, my lord, by NCLT, that's the second link, to 15/5/23. And this is by virtue of the order of 13th January 23. Because the orders can't be meaningless, my lord. They have to provide. So they extended up to 15th May 23 by order of 13th January, which was challenged by them in appeals 129 and 30, which ultimately came to this court. Now, my lord, pending, my lord, all that, pending all that, this time was extended up to 31st August 23. Extended up to 31st August 23 by NCLAT. Now, by order of 26/5/23. Now, my lord, your lordship will note, within this extension of 31st August came the offer letter of 16th August. Just make that note. And by this order, my lord, which is extended up to 31st August, finally, my lord, there was an order of 28th of August, which said that Mr. Investor, you will be deemed to have complied with the offer if you do 100 by 31st August, 100 by 30th September, and 150 by PG. That is the import of 28th of August. I brought in the first 100, I brought in the second 100. That is by August and September 23. While the appeal is pending, my lord, in this court, against the non-grant of refusal of stay against 13th of January. And 150, I had a PBG, they said you adjust, the lordship said no. Now, the appeal has been decided by the impugned order in my favor. And
But once we said
yes,
that the PBG could not be adjusted, clearly that meant that infusion meant that you had to bring 150
that
in
was why the offer.
hard cash. No. Where did we get this concept of infusion? Where did we get this concept of 150 crores? That's in the original.
From the affidavit. Sorry.
No.
See the affidavit.
Number
It
11.
is
No, not at all.
we are requiring
Page
a resolution plan.
Let's see the affidavit.
262 printed
Just
page,
unacceptable.
serial number 11, infusion of 350 crores, resolution plan.
The resolution plan,
Yes.
let's get the basics clear. The resolution
Starting
plan,
with 350, blood.
the resolution plan speaks of infusion of 350 crores.
Yes.
That says infusion of 350 crores from Z plus 150.
180.
Z 180, 150 initially, one then became 180 and 12.
One place it is 150, one place is 180.
180. Z plus 180, fair enough.
Right.
Now, therefore, what happened was there was a divergence between two sides on whether the CPs were met.
Right.
it was agreed between the lenders and the SRA that look, you move the NCLT in view of this divergence. So long as you comply with your financial obligations, we will support you in your statement. But when we took up this, we didn't take it up from their offer. It was a fundamental condition of the resolution plan that 350 crores have to be brought up upfront. And therefore, we gave you a little more time. Maybe it was in the context, came up before us in the context of an interlocutory order. But we are dealing with an order of the Supreme Court. This is not the NCLT can't be short shift of the Supreme Court like this.
No, I am not for a moment suggesting that the order of the Supreme Court has not to be implemented. I was only giving.
And what the NCLT glosses over is this. NCLT says that non-compliance of the direction by the Supreme Court to deposit 150 crores will result in the offer coming to an end.
Yes.
What the NCLT has clearly, either by design or accident, missed completely is that the requirement of putting the 350 crores was a requirement of the resolution plan.
That has been extended. That was extended. No, just kindly see.
Therefore, you had to bring money up front. If you can't bring the money up front, you forget about AOP and this and that, and you had to comply with the order of the Supreme Court, and you had to pay that 150 crores up front. Otherwise, the litigation.
Not just also two more payments here.
Just kindly appreciate.
1 minute. You can add
Just 475 crores.
Upfront.
Come
Plan
back.
says, not me.
Come back to 475.
And 53, section 53, workman's compensation 2.
I'm sorry, Lord, just come to 475. My friend is incorrect. See the 475 figure.
Upfront.
Upfront can't be.
This is really this, that because SBI did not accept the fulfillment of the fees, therefore I was relieved of my obligation of paying the 150.
I'm still plotting 200. Not a case where I was sitting and twiddling my thumbs.
Obviously, you didn't have 150. You didn't have 150 crores.
I didn't have because I am a small investor. I told them, you have also to not shake a hand.
4,000.
You have also
What
to
has reached?
No, would it mean that they have to do nothing about it? They will not lift a little finger. They will oppose me at every stage. They will not issue me a share. I have to get further lending. The airline can't run with 350 only. If you're not going to do anything even till today, how will a man will not do it? I am not a Tata or a big company to do it. We appreciate.
Why did they bid for 5? It is a 4,800 crore project. Why did they bid? This is a problem.
If you don't mind.
No. It's a serious issue.
I'll show you that. But it can't be not only the one way street. You bring in. Unless you bring in, we won't do anything. Was this the plan? Was it buying a property for 4,000 crores or 3,000 or 300 crores? And ultimately, we not be great respect. I am not saying that the Supreme Court's order should not be construed one way or the other. Ultimately, the order was 30th August 100, 31st September, 30th September 100, and PBG adjusted. The Lordship disagreed with it. That offer went. But under the plan also, I have a right to take back the PBG if I create securities of Dubai properties, etc. I am willing even today.
The consequence of non-compliance of the infusion of 350 crores is twofold.
Yes.
One, the lenders cease to be bound by their offer. Two, that you are then in breach of the fundamental condition of the resolution plan. They are both consequences for it.
On the second consequence. The second consequence is that you haven't brought in money from the effective date. But if you are disputing the effective date, can you in the same breath say, I dispute the start of 20th May, but you bring in 180 days? Is that fair?
But therefore, they said that, look, there is a divergence, but notwithstanding this divergence, please bring in the money and then we will support you. You can't also have it both ways. You have to show the color of money.
Support.
You have to show the color of money, Mr.
Support.
Resolutions plan. These resolution plans, will just continue otherwise to grind to eternity.
I have the CPs with me. I never required to go there. Why were they asking me to go? If there was a divergence, they should have gone. According to me, I have let the CPs go. Why should I go and get a declaration in my favor? If I hadn't met, you should have gone and said, cancel this. I went and got a declaration. Then they filed an
No, they were also willing to give you that locus penitentiae. They said, all right, go there. We'll support you. But please deposit the money, they say.
Again,
You know,
we will solve.
problem in
You know, just see the problem. Despite their lack of support, I have succeeded. Despite the lack of support, in 13 January I succeeded, Milord.
Before whom?
Before the NCLT, and then I succeeded before NCLAT.
By misconstruing our order. The most, Mr. Rohatgi, we are disturbed by the manner in which ANCLAT has looked into our direction.
Lord, it's a
When we said, failing which the consequences under the resolution plan shall follow, we had this affidavit not in our mind.
of course.
Affidavit was not in our mind. See how conveniently NCLT says, okay, if it is not complied with, that means they can't take advantage of you can't take advantage of their affidavit. And that's the end of the matter. And ANCLAT says, now I have to hear the matter on merits. That's all. So how has the ANCLAT given
Lord, would it mean
look
therefore
into this direction?
that if that direction is not complied with, their appeal would stand alone? It will have to mean that then.
the appeal would, but the fundamental point would be that you were non-compliant with the resolution plan.
Lord, with great respect, Lord. Therefore, your lordships are putting it on those 10 days granted by the Supreme Court, that if you didn't bring the balance 150, you're out.
Because you were already non-compliant.
No, I was no, I'm sorry.
475.
I was compliant of 350. As per the impugned order of NCLAT, I was compliant of 100, 100 and 150 PPG.
Court said
The
no.
lordship said PPG.
You had to be compliant. You had to be compliant with the resolution plan in terms of the resolution plan, which spoke of infusion of funds. It couldn't speak of adjustment to the PPG. What we also said that look,
Now-
infusion means you have to bring in money.
So I will now show you the plan provision that I was entitled to adjustment.
Then let's see that.
It is not only Milord by way of offer, I was
Let's see
entitled.
that. Let's see that.
Yes,
If you're
yes.
right on that, we'll.
Kindly, Milord, see them. Your lordship did not analyze my plan. There was no.
All right, let's
the
see the-
plan was not analyzed by the court that you can never ever get an adjustment.
Let's see the.
Yes, let's see that. Kindly, Milord, turn to 229
Of the main paper book.
Milord, of the appeal. So that's why I said that day, Milord, PBG adjustment had two facets.
I mean,
One as per the affidavit and one as per the plan. And now what is done is as per the plan, which, Milord, with great respect, the Supreme Court had no occasion, Milord, to analyze or scrutinize on that day. Kindly now turn to this, Milord. Now, Milord, turn to 229. I'll read it slowly. Milord, keep the figure of 375 in your lordship's
229 printed.
in the appeal.
255.
255. 255.
PDF.
PDF 255.
Get out the PDFs here. Don't give it like this. Should have marked to every page. So your lordship will get this, Milord. Middle of the page. Summary of payments and security package.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, Milord, see. The first tranche is 185 crores out of that 350. Can your lordship note that? Total figure is 350.
Got it.
Out of that, Milord, the first tranche to the lenders is 185. Now, your lordship will find three things in the next column. PBG originally was 47 only. Your lordship, remember, this became 150. Kindly make a note here itself, Milord. Kindly make a note, Milord. 47.5 became 150 on 27th May 22, which I just read to your lordship. Now, this PBG became 150. BKC property. Now, what is BKC? There was a property, Milord, belonging to the company in this area in Bombay called BKC. This property, Milord, was worth so much. It was worth more than 250 crores, etc. The second is a mortgage over Dubai valued at so much. See, my lord, the value of security. With BKC it is so much. Without BKC it is so much. Date of creation, effective date. Now see the last column. PBG adjusted. So this PBG is now 150 as I told you. This PBG will be adjusted while paying, my lord, 185 crores in cash to the lenders.
Provided security, effective date.
Please, if you don't mind.
No, my lord,
Please, if you don't mind. I can read
Retired,
everything.
sir.
If you don't mind, please. It will be adjusted. It can be adjusted. It can be adjusted while paying the first tranche. So there is a concept of adjustment in the plan.
Provided you are offsetting that by the creation of security. Or
Exactly.
For BKC and Dubai. And Dubai.
They have taken away BKC.
And Dubai.
Had it been in the company, it was about 500 crores. But they took away BKC. Lord, I can't cry over that position. They took away BKC. So I had to do it on Dubai. There are 3 Dubai properties, 1, 2, and 3. If you create security over Dubai properties, you will be entitled to an adjustment of PVG of 150 when you pay this 185. And I have paid 200 to start with, my lord, in August and September 23. This is the concept, my lord, here where PBG could be adjusted despite the offer of adjustment in the affidavit. You forget the affidavit. So this provided for an adjustment, my lord, provided a security is created in this form. And now I will show you sir.
But extended it in its 12-3 order, another 30 days, which expired on 11-4 and they didn't create. But
Now,
it's
I'll show
never
you
ending.
I'll show you about the
But
creation.
and they show the alleged property
How
on
is to
12.
be, it has to be created, I'll show you. They have dragged this issue of creation of security, my lord, for more than a year. Until date. I'll show you that. So I could, my lord, adjust the PBG provided security is created either over BKC or over Dubai. BKC they kept in their pocket, my lord. They never gave me BKC, though it is owned by the company. BKC is owned by the company. It should have been an asset of the company. But they said no. So they have kept BKC with themselves. Now come, my lord, to this security creation. Now I'll show you what happened, my lord, to security creation. Fine, let me show you, my lord, the final position now about security creation. There were issues, my lord, of valuation, issues of RBI clearance. They had to apply, you also may note, my lord, security clearance. Security creation. Security creation. Please note, my lord, in security creation, for getting the security created, which will ultimately lift the PBG, if at all, RBI approval was required. Please make a note. They, my lord, refused to apply to the RBI till a particular stage, which I want to show. First, now see, my lord, how security is to be created. Let's start with RBI. Kindly, my lord, turn to page 391. Creation of security. This is 391, my lord, of the CC. CC. 396 of the CC.
If the BKC property is
See who is to apply. $92 million, which will be PDF 397. This is even prior to the effective date. Lord, I applied to RBI. RBI is writing to me, seeking approval to create mortgage of foreign immovable property owned by me, Indian passport number so and so. I have offered my property located in UAE to ascending financial creditor so and so. Please refer to your letter so and so. As declared by you, you are an NRI. We wish to mention that as per FEMA, in respect of persons resident in India, desirous of acquiring property outside, you may approach the bank or the entity to whom the property has to be mortgaged. So I have to go back to them. So I did that. Now, then Milord, your Lordship will find on 4th March, that is Milord, the next letter. This is all March, this is March, Milord, prior to the effective date. RBI approval, etc. This is Milord addressed to the bank. This is addressed to the bank. So they are telling at 393 bottom, they return to the other side. The letter saying that you have just forwarded, this is not good enough. At 393, last line of 393. PDF, Milord, 4th March.
Now 397 says that they applied
Lord, this RBI thing had to be done before the effective date. So, my lord, what happened was, at running page 395, they made the application on 22nd July 22, which is after the effective date, had to be before the effective date. But anyway, so finally, my lord, the approval came. It came at 397, 22nd July. So July 22, right, my lord? We are now 2 years down the line. After the approval, what happened? You have to create the document of security. Security will not create it like a security document. You have to create a document. The documentation of security, I gave them the document, asked them for their comments. I gave them, my lord, I sent on 3rd February 23. That is at page 406 of the CC. I got their comments for the, please, this is very important. I gave on 3rd February 23 at page 406 of the CC. I get their comments on 8/4/24. After 14 months, at page 435 of the CC, please have this. I send reminders and all that. What came, my lord, is 435. Kindly just see that for a second. Just turn to 435. My lord, this is extremely important. I'll close with this just now. See the. Now just turn to one document now. Turn to 435 of the CC. Lord, I am asking for their comments from February 23 for creation of the actual document. On top, your lordship will get a date, April 9, 2024.
Yes.
See below the subject. Dear legal team, may I suggest a call today or latest tomorrow in order to plan the action step and expedite finalization transaction document in view of the timeline so and so. This was discussed in the meeting under legal advisor, parallel work together to finalize so and so. My team will be happy so and so, so and so.
So please tell me.
Now, Milord, it is signed by Ashish Chorachia. He is, Milord, the person of the MC.
Please come back up.
Yeah.
Mr. Roughly about half an hour now. We wrap up in half an hour.
Your
You can give them half an hour for the.
Your Lordships have, Milord, the other thing at 2 o'clock.
We have the 2
Your
o'clock.
Lordships
We have
listed
the.
RJ car.
We have RG car. So we
We
take
can do
it.
this after your Lordships are over.
Right. We after
I'm
RG
here.
car. Yes.
My lords will hear RJ car at 2 and then after that.
That's specially fixed.
Yes.
Yes, grateful, ma'am.
check. Mic check 1 2 3 4 check.
Otherwise,
Sorry to be delayed. I was in a meeting for some administrative work. Sorry, Mr. Solicitor.
Because may I commit an indiscretion, Mullahs? Mullahs, that yes, so all of us together, Mullahs, that marital rape matter, Mullahs, that may be taken up, Mullahs, after the Diwali holidays.
My lords have said we'll go in order, my lords.
take
Let it be in turn.
Only a minute, but it might take some time.
It will take time, Mullahs, so
Will
it's
take
not that simple. It will take
My lords, it will take
Let it
days.
retain its position. We'll see. Let it at least open for a little while. Then we'll see what to do.
Yes,
We'll
my
see
lord.
what the gamut of the matter is, because we haven't seen the ramifications in terms of what the arguments are, what the issues which we are going to explore are. Let's open it for about 15 minutes, then we'll have a fair picture about what you want to do, what they are going to argue, what the response is. We just have at least a broad canvas.
My lords have very kindly for
Only
about
minute.
a year and a half been listing it on a very urgent basis. So that seems entirely fair, my lords. We can open it and then understand the
Retain its
argument.
position.
Lord,
Today anyway, Jet Airways with RG Jet Airways may take the rest of the day, so it's not going to be reaching today. We'll see tomorrow when it opens, and then we'll take a call tomorrow instead of doing it right now with some other matters.
Personally, I had some personal difficulty, Mullahs. I'm not. I have to urgently.
My lords,
Ah,
we'll take at least one day. All of us together, not.
All right, we'll take a call. Let the matter be called out. We'll take a call. No difficulty.
Lord, once again, I'm just pointing out, I've said it before, that my case is different. There is no constitutional challenge. There is a framing of charges under the
That's a separate
existing
issue.
law.
In our case.
I will make my submissions on that. I'm
But are
ready.
you arguing the merits of the main matter or no, Ms. Jet?
I am, my lords.
My Lord, I
cannot
am
be
not.
separate.
What your lordship suggested on a previous date is, let me and them be on the same date together so that you have the benefit of
All
both
right.
arguments.
All right.
They're different issues, my lords, but they're connected.
Now,
My lords, just to say that there is an extreme urgency
What
in the
we-
marital rape.
what we'll do this, we're not presently adjourning the matter. Let it open. We'll see what the issues are, the broad line of submissions on both sides. Then we'll take a call on whether we can complete the argument.
Yes, my lords. There are two 200-page decisions that are on both sides that are there for the benefits of my.
We don't want to open the matter right now. We
Exactly.
have something else in hand. Let's see what they have to say in RG Court. What has happened now, Mr. Solicitor?
Yes, no, this is the last report. So far as, my lord, the task force is concerned, my lord, I have filed an affidavit. Here, my lord, they have taken it up, my lord, with utmost seriousness, and they are
On
going
the
into it.
first aspect, so you'll tell us what has happened in the investigation as
My
well?
lord, that is the report.
All right, let's see that.
I've given the status report, my lords. It's going on, but whatever is found as of now, we lordships would find it.
The charge sheet has been having forms and stuff already done. So November, application one of which on your able. And then after this, investigation is on.
Let's see. We'll just take those dates from you in a moment.
Please, my lords.
Yeah, in a moment, we'll just look at this and then take the.
Please, my lords.
Yes, sir. Charge sheet is dated 7th October 24, page 2, para 1. So page 2, Roman 2 may kindly be seen, my lord. That would be
Page 2, Roman 2.
Roman 2.
Yes. 7 is also in.
Page 5, Roman 5, last part, my lord, also maybe that.
In the fifth status report, dated 15 October 2024, submitted by the DIG, stroke Head of Branch, Special Crime 1 CBI, it has been stated that on the basis of the investigation conducted thus far, a charge sheet has been submitted on 7 October 2024.
Yes.
For alleged offences punishable under section 64, 66, 103 bracket 1 of the BNS 2023 against accused Sanjay Roy. Stop. The ACJM Sialda, by an order dated 7 October 2024, the ACJM Sialda has taken cognizance of the offences, and committed the case to the court of the Additional Sessions Judge, First Court, Sialda. Full stop. The hearing for consideration on charge has been fixed on 4 November 2024. Next, the status report filed by the CBI indicates that further investigation into the alleged role of others in relation to the alleged rape and murder on 9 August 2024 is the subject matter of the continuing investigation.
Page 6 bottom, your lordships would find easily, my lord, what is in progress. It may not be necessary to record it, my lord, just
Yes.
for your lordships.
The CBI has also received communications pertaining to certain aspects which have been highlighted by parties appearing in the present proceedings through their counsel. Full stop. Those matters are also being looked into by the CBI. Stop. Independently, full stop. The CBI has further highlighted the developments which have taken place in the course of the investigation in the case of financial irregularities in RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital, which is being investigated in FIR number RC 0102 024 A 0007. Full stop. The further investigation along the lines of the further investigation, both in respect of the incident which took place on 9 August 2024 and in regards to the alleged financial irregularities, may continue. Full stop. The court shall be apprised of the further status of the investigation in that regard. The status report be hence be submitted to this court within a period of 3 weeks. Stop.
Would your lordship like to take cognizance of the affidavit filed on the progress of the task force? They are
Like to see what the task force has done, because that's very crucial.
We have filed an affidavit, but
If you can give us,
I can give a copy. Copies are served on everyone, my lord, because this is.
Yeah, a copy.
Yeah, of course.
You have another copies?
I just let me use the court. And my lord, CBI officials are in direct touch with the parents of the deceased. And
meeting them and keeping them posted.
they are come.
okay. It will be included. Both the London Solicitor General and Ms. Linda Global and Counsel have stated that the CBI has been actively in contact with the parents of the deceased.
Yes.
And have kept their parents apprised of the progress of the investigation.
Yes.
Also, my lords, I've received from them the nodal officer, which Mehti has now appointed, in order to pull down any such material that may.
Any material which infringes upon the privacy of
course,
the
also
deceased,
applies
my
to
lord,
the
of the
fact that,
family.
The Ministry of Electronics and that mighty has nominated a nodal officer who is in contact with the parents of the deceased, so that any offending material which is uploaded on any electronic website can be immediately pulled down.
Please, my lords.
Instead of the website, your lordships may say
Any
intermediary.
Yes,
On any-
all in.
All websites are not intermediary.
on any platform,
Any intermediary platform.
intermediary platforms.
Please, my lords.
Obliged.
Page 17. So, Solicitor, what is the position of the task force actually?
Look, the task force has received some suggestions. If your lordships can only come to page 8. Page 8 of my affidavit, your lordships have?
Yes.
Yes. Page 8, para 11. It is submitted that approximately 7,688 hospitals, medical establishments submitted their response.
This is on that questionnaire which was floated.
Yes, yes.
But you have now constituted 4 subgroups of the task force
Yes.
by your OM dated by your OM dated 5th of September 2024.
Correct.
Now, between 5th of September and today, what has happened?
Well, your lordships would find that on page 4, para 8. Last meeting was 9th of September, but para 8.
But after 9th September, what has the task force done? No meeting after 9th?
No meeting after 9th.
Then 9th,
The last meeting was
on the 15th of October.
Last meeting was 9th of September.
So why is there no progress between the 9th of October and today?
But I can request them to expedite because the secretary is only secretary to the body member. But the work appears to be humongous. If your lordship sees para 8.
So we see that because they have collected data from all over the country.
That's in hundreds and thousands. For example, para 8, just read for your consideration.
The task force must expedite the work because...
My lords are right. I bow down. 1,700 inputs and suggestions have been received so far, out of which approximately 37 associations and 1,500 individuals, including hospitals, have submitted their inputs. These inputs are being segregated and categorized for consideration of the concerned subgroups constituted under the National Task Force. And my lord, page 8, we have said, my lord, that total my lord, responses are 7,688 and 4,990 from state government and 2,436 from private sector and other categories 183. But this would be a I think whatever now the task force does, it would be a long-lasting solution, it seems. Therefore, they are also taking their time, going into each of the suggestion, inputs, etc.
Order of this, pursuant to the order of this court dated 20 August 2024, the Union government issued an office memorandum on 21 August 2024, constituting a national task force at the first meeting of the MTF, which was held on 27 August 2024. Four subgroups have been constituted to engage with stakeholders and to submit and to prepare their recommendations on the following issues. A. Strengthening infrastructure of medical institutions. B. Strengthening security systems in medical institutions. C. Revamping working conditions of healthcare professionals. And D. Strengthening of legal framework across all states. A meeting of all the conveners and member secretaries of the subgroups was held on 9 September 2024. Pursuant to the directions which were issued on 22 August 2024. A web link has been created on the website of the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare for seeking inputs of various stakeholders. About 1,700 inputs and suggestions have been received, comprising of 37 associations and 1,500 individuals, including hospitals. Pursuant to the directions contained in the judgment dated 20 August 2024, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has shared a questionnaire to all states stroke UTs. In pursuance thereof, 7,688 hospitals stroke medical establishments have submitted their responses. These are being evaluated by the subgroups. Presently, it appears that the National Task Force has not made any, neither the National Task Force nor the subgroups have made any substantial progress in compliance with the, in pursuant to the remit set in the orders of this court, in the order of this court. The Solicitor General has accepted that no meeting appears to have been held since the first week of September 2024. We are of the view that the Union government must make proactive efforts to ensure that the work of the task force is completed within a time schedule, within a reasonable period in the future. Full stop. Accordingly, the meetings of the task force meetings of the NTF shall be held at periodic intervals. Stop. All subgroups shall hold regular meetings, so that by the next date of this court is apprised of the tentative recommendations of the NTF, including its subgroups. This exercise should preferably be completed within a period of 3 weeks. We'll give 3 weeks now for the NTF to meet and complete all its work.
Only, my lord, one factual correction. When your lordships have said that we have requested the filled up questionnaires to be sent by the state governments and UTs, my lord, can they add central and state government hospitals also? They are also, they are the real stakeholders.
Yes. Now that part is over now. NTF, the investigation, what else now remains for today, Mr. Siban?
My lords, if we may apprise my lords as to what is happening on the ground during the pujos.
First taken up, that affidavit.
The state of West Bengal?
Yes.
Let us see your affidavit.
We received it a few minutes ago, my lords.
I have not received it yet. If
Okay. State of West Bengal affidavit, Delhi.
you have a copy, extra copy. Master,
I'm giving a copy.
if you have extra,
Yeah. It's there. Filed and circulated, Lord. Paragraph 4. The little shortfall which your lordship notices, Lord, 90%, 94, 98, no, that's on account of the work to be done in RG Kar Hospital, Lord, with respect to which, Lord, we got the clearances, Lord, from the CBI on 9/10/24 and 14/10/24.
Para 4, sir. At page number
Page 2.
All other hospital is complete. And I have instructions to submit, Lord, that even with regard to RG Kar Medical College, the work will be completed by 31st October. Lord.
It's articulated there, yes.
In para 7, we have indicated the committees have been formed at various levels. Emergency alarms are also being set up as the meetings, dialogues happened, they desired it, that also is being done. All amount has been, finances have been sanctioned for that purpose.
Has biometric access features been installed, in the restrooms of and the critical areas?
Yes, that has been procured now, and that will also be by 31st October. We'll indicate that also has been.
So where will they be installed? The biometric facilities?
In the restrooms, duty rooms, and wherever the outsiders are not allowed to go.
Have you seen the affidavit which has been filed by the state of West Bengal?
We
it
have.
appears.
I've just received it. Just received it.
My lords, I have had a chance to look through it, even though we just received it.
They have now indicated that insofar as the 28 medical colleges other than Ajikor are concerned, they've given us the statistical and breakdown. Additional demands were placed in for 893 duty rooms in see page 2 and 3. They've given us the breakup of duty rooms, washrooms, lighting arrangements, and CCTV installations, where almost 90, some cases 98% or 90% of the work is done, and they are anticipating that will be completed at the latest by the 25th of October. For Ajikor also, they have said that they will complete the entire work by 25th of October.
31st.
My lords, many of our doctors are government doctors. They are in these hospitals. We have checked with them before, and we have also confirmed after this affidavit arrived, because they are all, watching and available. And nowhere near this level, some beginning has been made, but nowhere near this level of work has been done. And my lords, we do have documents that we have placed on record. Could we pass it over, what Master Sir? That demonstrate perhaps the reason why. And the reason why, my lords, may see at PDF, I beg your pardon, my lords, at, please hand over.
We have annexed photographs and
Page 61, my lords. They've all been served, but whatever copies we have can be handed over, please.
Then you can.
It's all been served 2 days.
Apart from the statistical details, the budgetary outlays, they've also provided photographs in Annexure A to the work which is being carried out.
Constantly in touch with the doctors associations and committees formed, and so they are inspecting their. This can be verified only in the spot.
My lords, if I may just point out, and then of course, there will be a response. My lords, at page 59, for example.
Of their affidavit.
No, 59 of the application that I have handed over. If my lords may look at, that is where the document begins. At page 60, or rather page 59, the bottom of page 59, it says that administrative approval is for 3 crores 35 lakhs 56,714 only. For example, this is the name of the project is Supply, Installation, Testing and Commissioning of CCTV Surveillance System and Allied Infrastructure for the NRS Medical College and Hospital at AJC Bose Road, Kolkata. Now, my lords may see that the amount
there are 300 AFS which have been
if I may just finish. The amount is ₹1 for 2024-2025. And for 2025-2026, the amount is 3 crores 35 lakhs 56,713. This is not an isolated document, my lords. My lords may have the next page.
Why have you said for 24-25 that the budget is ₹1?
There are about 8
Yes,
documents.
yes.
And these are their documents.
Yes.
There are 300 plus such works which have been sanctioned by us. Total cost 300. Like this AFS is nothing. It stands for Administrative Approval and Financial Sanctions. There are 300 such works have been sanctioned. Each bear somewhere it will bear 56 lakhs, somewhere it will 3 crores. Sum total of all that stands today at 123 crores. Since this work was given to us on suddenly this work has come, so the budgets towards the end of the year, it is reappropriated. So I have that power to reappropriate from one head to another. So it will, for a software system, it will say 24, 25 rupees one or something. But as the work progresses, we reappropriate and pay the money. Works are on, contractors have work, and they will also be paid, sir.
Anyway.
It as a shagun, Malo. 1 rupee usually.
No, but why don't you?
Lucky Shagun, my lord.
But ultimately, look, they have disclosed data. They have also indicated through photographs what is the nature of the work which is being carried out. We can't merely ignore what they have said on affidavit, because they have said that on affidavit. At the most, we can say that, look, let this be verified. We can ask somebody to verify what is the nature of the work which has been done. That's
Right
all.
now, Bengal is the only state.
My lord, perhaps a local commissioner could be appointed or something. I mean, we are being told by our 25,000 doctors that the work is not being done at this scale.
An affidavit has been filed by the Principal Secretary in the Department of Health and Family Welfare of the Government of West Bengal. Full stop. The affidavit indicates that the state government has sanctioned work worth rupees 123 crores, of which a substantial part has been completed. Full stop. The updated status of the ongoing and completed work for 28 medical colleges has been tabulated in a chart in a table which is reproduced below. Page 2 को A copy कर दीजिए. As regards the status of the ongoing work in RG Medical College, the affidavit contains the following tabulation. Page 3 को copy कर दीजिए. Mr. Rakesh Dwivedi, then Senior Counsel, has assured the court that all the ongoing work at the 28 medical colleges would be completed by 25 October 2000.
Medical college is complete.
The
shortfall which your lordships are
the shortfall in the work in the 28 medical colleges would in any event be completed by 25 October 2024. And at the RG Medical College and Hospital by 31 October 2024. Full stop. Apart from the above steps, it has been indicated that the state government has constituted, bracket 1, a state-level grievance redressal committee, semicolon, a state-level committee for security audit, 3, district-level committees for security audit, a district-level committee for security audit. Full stop. It has been stated that an initial round of security audit has been completed. Full stop. An additional 1,514 security personnel have been approved for deployment in the medical colleges and hospitals, of which 910 would be female security personnel. Full stop. The verification of antecedents and necessary training is stated to have been completed in the case of 616 security personnel, brackets comprising of 328 female and 288 male security personnel. Apart from the above steps, the affidavit indicates that the State government has, by an order dated 1 October 2024, reconstituted the Rogi Kalyan Samiti of different medical colleges and has rolled out an integrated hospital management system which has 1,013 government hospitals reporting thereon. Full stop. It has been stated that the IHMS envisages capturing every step of patient treatment through online OPD ticket booking, e-prescriptions,
Sorry.
drug dispersals from drugstores and pharmacies, and online discharge. Full stop. The state government has also taken steps on a pilot basis for monitoring real-time bed availability and online centralized referral systems.
Centralized referral system and a digital bed vacancy monitor.
Well, is there any timeline for that integrated system?
The report shall be applied.
That there's
The
no
report
time.
shall be applied in a period of 3 weeks from the date. The report shall be applied within 3 weeks.
Well, may I just make one small
the progress which is made in commissioning these facilities.
a small comment on the integrated system?
Yes.
Well, we welcome the
pilot
integrated.
project is already going on in this.
That we have recorded. We have saw that in your affidavit.
Now, just hear me for a second. It is the demand of the doctors has been for an integrated system, and we are happy to note that an integrated system will be put in place. However, my lord, the real issue is referrals are made to hospitals which are incapable of handling an emergency. So the integrated referral system must ensure that the referral which is made is to a hospital which has the adequate expertise, the adequate doctors, the adequate equipment. What is happening is references are being made to hospitals which don't have this. That's why the patient gets upset. It's not about the doctors getting upset. It's the patient who gets upset. Please allow me to finish. Please allow me to finish. This is not fair. What is happening is the patients are getting upset.
Still not in place.
Will you please allow me to finish? Well, the patients are getting upset because referrals are made to the wrong hospitals which don't have the capacity. And then they take out their anger on the doctors who are on duty. So all I'm saying is when they make this integrated referral system, they must ensure that the reference is made to a hospital which has a free bed. Sometimes referrals are made to hospitals which don't have a free bed. Secondly, that the referral has the necessary expertise to deal with the particular ailment. And thirdly, that the doctor is available with that specialization. Then the patient will be satisfied. If the patient is satisfied, the doctor will not be attacked. That is the real problem.
Kindly have page
So
9.
patients, it's about the patients not getting what they want.
Since the integrated hospital management system is being rolled out by the state government,
completed by 1st November.
And is expected to be completed by 1 November 2024. The state government shall take due steps to ensure that the IHMS inter alia factors in (1) the availability of free beds (2) the availability of expertise in the medical health facility and (3) the availability of doctors with the requisite specialization.
And in medicine, my lord, sometimes medicine is not available.
And you've said facility.
Yes, my lord, very well.
Many things
Medical
have to be solved
facilities
at the
will include
ground.
everything.
You've made that broad suggestion. That is a valid point which they have made.
I appreciate, but it has to be resolved there.
Right, we've flagged it, that's all.
Malad, just one
Lords, in
suggestion.
this regard,
I do
just
not
one
know
more
whether
suggestion.
The affidavit, they have said with regard to CCTV being installed in the lifts. And the reason I'm telling your lordship is because of a horrific incident that took place in the Calcutta High Court, where one of a a junior who had just joined was molested by a court staff inside the lift. The Kolkata police came, they did not arrest him. He was allowed to go, and subsequently he surrendered and he was granted bail. The Calcutta High Court otherwise is completely covered except for 1 or 2 dark spots which are not covered, but the lifts were not covered. and this poor girl was molested inside the lift. So it's just a suggestion that they should also install CCTV in the lifts, which is very, very important.
You've heard the point, just take note of it. The officers are
I
here.
have something to say, my lord. I have a serious objection, but this off the cuff, my lord, without
That's
any.
all right.
they are being
Yeah, just give me a
investigated
suggestion.
You've heard the
just to go on the media.
Mr.
This is not
Reddy,
to the media.
suggestion-
This is
One
for the
second, let's not
CCTV.
get lost in this. Suggestion has been made. It's been made within the hearing of everybody. We have not passed any directions. The officers are here. Let them just bear it in mind, that's all.
Lords, there is one more suggestion and it's not off the cuff. This is in our prayer. We are seeking a digital bed vacancy
I've already
monitor
pointed out.
outside each
We
medical college.
have just flagged that while passing an order on the IHMS. We've dealt with the availability of beds.
Yes, my lord. It was
My lords,
order.
my lords, may
That's why we flagged that. Ms. Jaising just made the point.
the
We
bed
also flagged
vacancy
it.
monitor as long as it's there, my lord. My lord, just one more thing I didn't want to interrupt while my lords were dictating the order. Is that the notification setting up the security audit committee is in front of me, and it includes only various officials, bureaucrats selected by the state government. We are not saying disband it, we are not saying replace it, my lords. We are saying if the representatives of the senior doctors and the junior doctors may be on that committee and work together to verify that the work is being done and constructively make suggestions, then it would only be
But
to
they
the
have to
benefit.
be at work for them to be in a committee which will look at their suggestions, right? If they are not at work, how?
They are all at work, my lords. My lords, they are all at work.
They have joined now.
All right.
They are all at work.
Except seven, there is a relay strike, hunger strike of 7 doctors going on, but we'll handle that.
All right.
My lord,
Just consider this, that on the security audit committee,
What they are wanting, my lord, is that they're given a meeting. We are constantly meeting the doctors and doing what they are wanting as far as possible. But
My
what they are
lords, that
wanting
is
is that
not
to hold
true.
elections, my lord, in every hospital.
sec,
That is
my
not.
lord,
My
may I
lords,
please-
if we may just make our
My lord,
submission,
we
and
There
then
can't be elections.
Trivedi may of course
We
must
with this,
respond.
Mr. Rakesh Reddy, then senior counsel appearing on behalf of the state of West Bengal, has assured the court that the representatives of the state government are continuing to be in active contact
Yes.
with the doctors,
That's right.
so that all steps which are being taken to upgrade the infrastructure will really factor in the concerns of the doctors.
And any doctor can come up, my lord, and tell.
We made that.
But my lords, then
Yeah, my
then
lord,
we will place before my lords, and then we don't want to trouble my lords. If we can just be on the committee, my lords, and that will be helpful.
I think we'll get on.
trouble, I will trouble.
Mr. Sybil, anything else now for this time?
Wanted to file a status report on behalf of the Calcutta policeman. Just take it on record.
Look, your lordship will now kindly hear me for a few minutes.
Circulated already, madam. That's all.
My lord,
Police is doing what? Because
We
they
are
are not
investigating.
Mr. That is the active guy.
Yes, that investigation is going on. Therefore, I don't want to make an issue of
my
it.
lord, may I just be permitted to say a few words?
Have you given a copy to the
Yeah.
solicitor?
No, madam, these are a status report.
Uh,
Don't give a copy.
My lord,
Investigation is going on.
this petition. I have
Investigation.
no difficulty with those.
what is it?
The court will ask. Therefore,
What is he submitting? We don't have. a
we
copy.
don't want to make situation, madam.
What are they investigating? What will go?
ठीक. This one, there.
My lords, there's just one more issue.
Yeah.
This is the Ratire Shathi issue that my lords had said that due to the fact,
Yes,
may I?
yes.
Due to the fact that there was a civic volunteer that is the main accused, that the band of civilians that they are recruiting, that they should consider and perhaps disband. They have doubled down on that. And they have various notifications that I have placed in my application. Now, my lords, if I may point out the fact, they won't deny the fact that they have doubled down on that. But if I may point out the Calcutta High Court order that they are violating in this regard, saying that no law and order functions may be discharged by civic volunteers and such civilians. This court in Nandini Sundar also said that SPOs must be disbanded and that civilians cannot discharge these functions, my lord. So, my lords, we have placed 3 or 4 orders, if my lords will permit, to set aside then the Ratirishati scheme. We have placed the application. If they would like to respond to it, we're happy to argue it on another date or today, whatever my
Nobody
lords.
is being now recruited in the manner in which Lord, that person Lord, who was involved in the crime was recruited. He was not recruited under the Private Security Agencies Regulation Act 2005, under which all the hospitals in India, Lord, including the public hospitals in Delhi, Lord, they are all recruiting under this act, which is an act, Lord, which is meant for having the security agencies employed, which security agencies are licensed, and pursuant to that, my lord, they are employed. So now all recruitments are being done under this act as everywhere, my lord. So it's the central act, not our act, my lord.
My lord,
And
this
uniformly being applied everywhere in the entire country, my lord.
my lord, this act was interpreted.
Private Security Agencies Regulation Act 2005. I've got a copy of this.
Hospital is
No, it's general.
It's really for the recruitment of private security guards. We had this in Maharashtra, I remember, called the Maharashtra Private Security Guards Regulation of Employment and Welfare Act. The first act in the country.
Like this group 4, etc.
For private security.
At the home residential.
But they are now saying they're not recruiting anybody under this act at all.
My lords, in their affidavit, which we have somehow managed to read.
Why don't you do this? Next time you want to argue something, give everybody some notice of an application. Otherwise, we keep on springing up issues like this.
My lords, we served it 2 days ago. We served it 2 days
allow
ago.
governments to function. We can't take over their powers over here. I mean, we are overall exercising some control. We are supervising, monitoring, because a very serious accident took place. Very serious incident took place. Sorry, but let them do their work on the ground and come back to us, report to us on the next.
My lords, just on this point, if my lords may then ask them, number one, are they recruiting such people? Because in para 5 of the affidavit,
they're not recruiting anybody under the Act of 2005.
No, we are recruiting under 2000. Earlier it was, they were being
private security. Why should they recruit under the Act of
on
2005?
the administrative orders, they were being recruited. And they were not,
Private
they
security,
were
man.
mainly meant, this gentleman who is, and I am using this expression, gentleman is not yet convicted. So he was not recruited under this act. He was recruited under the government notifications, administrative orders issued by the police. So now they were not meant, he was not posted even in the hospital. So it's not that somebody who is deliberately chosen and posted in the hospital, he has done something other than he was not being supervised. So that was a...
My lord, the CBI charge sheet said he was.
With these civic volunteers of the sort that...
They are not
In their current affidavit, they have said so, my lords. In their current affidavit.
This act.
How many such civic volunteers do you have in West Bengal?
1,514 at last count.
We have given the figures which your lordships have mentioned in the order.
But how are they recruited? Who recruits them actually?
This is now under the security agencies.
These 1,500 civic volunteers whom you have, who recruits them? What are their qualifications?
So it is the security agency which recruits.
Kolkata police.
They are either the
through a notification, a civic volunteer was appointed, and that notification was under challenge because the Calcutta High Court.
So this civic volunteer,
The people are not selected
this
by the
person who committed the crime was a civic volunteer, supposedly.
Yes.
Now, under what was he recruited?
My lord, they recruited through a notification, my lord.
That's a government
Audible, my lord.
They were recruited under this government.
And that notification was under challenge before Kolkata High Court, my lord.
Administrative level by the police. They were
Not
not
audible, my lord.
It was posted at the hospital.
Still continuing with
No,
that
they are not being
All
posted in the hospital.
At para 5.
All posting in the hospital.
He was posted in the hospital.
But are you recruiting these people generally under that 2011 government order?
And my lords,
But
what
not
is the verification done? The man had cases against him, particularly of domestic violence.
None of that verification is done when a man is appointed as a civic volunteer, which gives him access, including a motor.
Therefore, Mr. Dwivedi, on the next occasion, we want this to be flagged. How many civic volunteers do you have? What is the verification of antecedents that you do? Where are they posted? Are you posting them
Now
in
the
school?
civic volunteers are not being posted.
They joined their place of duty.
Where else are they being posted?
They control the police stations. The entire police station is now run by the civic volunteers.
So tell us-
Ratire Shathi, night duty.
Tell us,
We'll file an affidavit.
the civic state of West Bengal shall file an affidavit on the before the next date of listing, explaining bracket 1 the legal source of authority for the recruitment of civic volunteers to the state semicolon bracket 2 the modalities for recruitment semicolon the qualifications for recruitment semicolon bracket 4 the verification of antecedents which is carried out before recruitment is made semicolon bracket 5 the institutions in which the civic volunteers are assigned duties semicolon and bracket 6 the payments made to civic volunteers whether on a daily or monthly basis and the budgeted outlays in that regard. Full stop. The affidavit shall specifically disclose the selection process which is followed for the recruitment of the civic volunteers and the steps which have been taken to ensure that such volunteers do not operate in any event in sensitive establishments such as hospitals and schools,
So great.
which may be particularly vulnerable.
Or police stations, my lords. My lords, or police stations, my lords may consider. Hospitals, schools, or police stations.
Let us file the affidavit, then. Let us file the affidavit, not in.
You first file your affidavit. We want to know what are you doing, because otherwise this is a nice process of conferring political patronage on people who are totally unverified. And,
We're so grateful, my lords.
So this particular person,
The affidavit shall specifically disclose whether any of the civic volunteers are assigned duties in or in connection with police stations or the investigation of crime.
because the vehicle assigned belongs to the police commissioner, it's registered in his name. His job apparently was to assist police personnel in the hospital and their families. And he has complete access and lives in a barrack adjacent to the hospital. So it's wrong to say that he's not associated and not given.
Something we want to look at closely.
My lords.
One more thing is that
Let them first disclose the data, then we will hear your submissions.
My lords, could they serve us a day before? Because this was just a few minutes before the hearing.
7 days before the act.
So great.
My lord, would your lordship just hear me for 5 minutes before,
Just-
few minutes?
We'll take it up now on the next date of.
just one word may be added.
My lord,
We have to complete another hearing today by 4 o'clock. We've got half an hour for that. We have a slot for half.
I understand.
No, there's also one
I
very
will
important
not
issue which
take
I
up
have
too
to
much of your-
point out, Your Lordship.
Let me finish. My lord, I won't take up too much of your time. I just want to put a couple of things on record. Number one, the state of West Bengal in its affidavit has admitted that all doctors are back at work. Please, my lord, make a note of that, so that this allegation is no longer made against them that they are not at work. They've said on a signed affidavit that they are back at work. Now, my lord, there is one that there are nevertheless outstanding issues. I said it on the last occasion, despite the fact that there are outstanding issues, the doctors have agreed to go back to work. They have kept their word made by me to this honorable court. They've gone back for work. Only a few of them remain on hunger strike. That is a fact which I will not deny. Now, my lord, I just want to point out the reason for that and see whether there can be some resolution so that even that hunger strike is withdrawn. My submission is towards that end. Now, my lord, in the application filed by my learned friend, Ms.
How many doctors are on hunger strike?
7 doctors are on hunger strike only.
Doctors in turns, Lord.
Only,
no.
no, my lord.
That's not correct.
At all the
My lord-
28 medical colleges.
My lord, your lordship may hear me. We are the doctors on strike, on hunger strike. 8 doctors are on hunger strike. Out of 8, 3 have been hospitalized.
all
1
7.
second, please. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Just wait. 3 of them, their condition deteriorated, and for that reason, they have been hospitalized. The rest continue to be on hunger strike. Now, I want to just leave you, my lord, with a thought. and a suggestion. We are all interested that this hunger strike be withdrawn because we are worried about the health of these doctors. Now, my lord, I want to point out to one letter which is annexed at page 90 of my learned friend Ms. Karuna's application. I will just read the relevant passage to you.
Please tell us what it is about.
I'll tell. It's addressed by the state of West Bengal. No, it's addressed to the state of West Bengal, my lord. And it says, election to student unions have not been conducted since the year 2022. Now, my lord, your lordship will take it from me. The law prescribes the conduct of elections annually by the university. My lord, your lordship will take it from me that the cause of what has happened in RG Court is the fact that from 2022 onwards, no student elections have been held. And as a consequence, nominated people, my lord, nominated people from different political parties are performing the role which a student union would otherwise perform. This is the cause of what has happened in RG Court. Favoritism and threat culture is coming from this absence of complying with statutes. The law says you shall hold a student election every year, and that's the responsibility of the state, of the university.
Ms. Jaithin, our entering into this area would be far beyond the campus.
In that case, I have a request to make, please.
Can we concentrate on the
Please,
child deaths?
I have a request to make.
Lord, where are we leading?
Lord, I'm sorry. Allow me to finish. Lord, I have a request. To make.
That is, we would be expanding the ambit of a proceeding.
Allow me to make a request. 1 minute, please. Lord, please. I'm concluding. Allow me if they don't interrupt. Lord, allow me to make a request.
Any release which you want to seek in that regard before the bench under 226, you can move to
yes,
the High Court.
Your Lordship may give me liberty.
Where the High Court
Your Lord, be satisfied with that order. Your Lordship may guide. I have filed an application in this court. The argument will be it's pending in the Supreme Court. I just want that clarification.
That is happening.
I want that clarification that they can go to the High Court.
You withdraw your application so that you can pursue your remedies in accordance with law.
I'll do that.
My lords, very briefly, the task force.
They give the court master the number. He'll permit you to withdraw the application.
1 second. My lord, just hear me out. This is not right.
We are belittling the whole exercise.
Ms. Jaising, we are not going to enter into the field of election.
I understand.
For student union bodies, that's not the remit of this proceeding.
I understand what is being put to me, but before you pass an order saying withdraw the application, your lordship may say withdraw the prayer in the application for the conduct of an election. There are other prayers which may remain.
That might be a good solution. To just that one line to say that prayer is
withdrawn. The prayer in the application for the conduct of elections, so as to enable the petition applicants to pursue such remedies that are available.
My lords, I am also.
High Court, which liberty?
All right, now follow J. Davis. We have a.
I'm withdrawing the same prayer. I am withdrawing the same prayer.
I have a rather pressing, but I'll make a very brief.
Withdrawing the same prayer. My lords has allowed.
With respect to the police commissioner's revelation of the identity of the victim, your lordship had not passed an oral order, and told the other side to go to the Calcutta High Court and say that this is within their remit and not within your lordship's remit. But unfortunately, I didn't think I'd have to come back after your lordship was so clear about it. But unfortunately, my lord, when we went back to the Calcutta High Court, and the Calcutta High Court has passed an order now saying, in view of what was said, we need a clarification. What was told to the High Court by Ms. Guruswamy on that day was that the application is not disposed of. It's still pending.
Now they've withdrawn the application.
No. Intervention applications are pending here before my lords.
But that's what I do. Intervention applications can't prevent the High Court from assuming jurisdiction of.
We kindly see the High Court's order.
Lord, the High Court is very hesitant and quite understandable.
Yes, you are agreed by an order of the High Court. Challenge it in an SLP.
No, I am not agreed by the order.
We are not going to allow orders of the High Court to just be shown to us and we.
No. My lord, that's not the point. What do I do, my lord? My lord, I came to this.
An application.
To file, if the High Court rejects the petition,
They haven't rejected the petition. They've asked for a clarification. They say, please see, my lord.
they're not going to issue any clarification on the data.
But then what do I do, my lord? This is a serious matter. Please see.
You invite an order of dismissal, come here, we'll deal with the matter.
But they're not dismissing it.
We are not going to short the order of the
Yes, my lord, please see, it's a short order.
You can show the lights.
Yeah,
I can show your lordship the live streaming of what is happening.
we have copies of the order.
The High Court.
But this is why I asked your lordship to just put it in the order last time.
They have interventions here. They filed writ petitions there. They filed responses 20 minutes before the hearing.
This is obfuscation by Ms. Guruswamy, and it's not fair to me.
This in the next 8 years. We'll see.
But because this matter is pressing, my lord, there is a serious violation by a chief.
We'll see what we can do with
Yes.
that.
Given a next week, my lords, of November 6th for
We'll
us
be
to file our
We are
response.
heading for an interview. We'll close the proceeding here. We've spent enough time. We have a half an hour now. For
Lord, may I just
Obliged, man.
My Lord, may I just
10, please.
Lordships are indicating the next dates.
Man,
In 3 weeks, we'll take it up after the Diwali holidays.
Very
Lord, there are two issues of immense public importance that
On the next date, please. On the next.
Very well, very well.
My Lord, may I just renew my request at liberty to approach the High Court? I don't want to be stuck, my Lord. I don't want to
We have said, if you want to do that, to pursue your remedies in accordance with law, we have said that.
Very well, Lord. Much obliged, much obliged.
See what happens. You are right.
That showing. Then when the Lordship said the consequence in the plan will follow. We are struggling with that without clause. It has to have some meaning. They say that the meaning will not may be liquidation.
All right, look at it from this point of view. Suppose we were not to make that order
Yes.
and you don't deposit the
That's
upfront.
what happens. Now,
There's a failure to comply with the plan.
no, my lord, with great respect. The plan, consequence of the plan is that the PBG adjustment in the offer affidavit fails. If you have it in the plan, whatever you have in the plan may follow.
That you have made your point.
But your lordship never examined the plan. You know, it's very important. I showed you that page in the plan where the PBG can be adjusted
That's
upon
good.
creating a security, which was below page 229. Your lordships, my lord, with great respect, 229, my lord, of the appeal paper book. Come back to it for a second. If you can't adjust it, my lord, in the affidavit, if the appeal plan allows or doesn't allow, your lordship never saw 229. Let me paraphrase it. Your lordship never saw 229 as to whether the plan allows without adjustment at some stage minus the affidavit of offer. I submit, my lord, it does allow on creation of security. So 200 plus 150 is there. That 150, my lord, can be withdrawn if proper security is given. And what I say, my lord, is that once I give the security, please encash the PBG. Once I give the security and it is securitized by mortgage, you may take 150 from the PBG, because for that I have to give security. I can't just say take the PBG, it will become 350. That, my lord, is at page 229.
Yes.
That security be created the PBG be returned and 150 be brought in, or PBG be encashed for 150. That is, my lord, plus security creation for Dubai 1, Dubai 2, Dubai 3. Because BKC was not coming. I was then at pains to show, my lord, that security creation requires RBI approval. RBI approval came, my lord, in July 22, which is after the effective date. It should have come before. It came in July 22. From July 22, my lord, till April 24. For, my lord, this period, the documents of security of mortgage had to be created. I asked them from comments from, my lord, 3 to 23 at page 406 of, my lord, the CC, and they replied only, my lord, on 8th April 24, which is, my lord, at page
435.
I gave you lordship there. Now, so now what, my lord? Before that, to show that this was the only contemplation in the lordship's order, my lord, one para again. Because I am still struggling with the prejudice against me that non-compliance with the order means, my lord, a death knell. Now we will come back to your lordship's order. I want to show that they also were conscious of the fact that PBG could be adjusted in the plan apart from adjustment in the offer. And I will make it good, my lord, by 2 lines. And this is what your lordships had in mind. Kindly turn, my lord, to page 826 of the appeal paper book, 852 PDF. This is very, very important to show what may be the meaning of your lordships, my lord, on the consequence of the plan. The answer is here. Kindly turn to para 17. 2 paras I have to show, my lord. 852 PDF, my lord. Para 17.
Of the same main paper book.
Main paper book, my lord. Is your lordship's order. I am reading a part thereof. Now turn to 17, my lord. It's very, very important. This is the submission, and then I will show your lordship the finding. May I read para 17, my lord? If my lords have got it.
Yes.
Additional Solicitor General appearing submitted. By the affidavit, SBI stipulated 3 conditions, amongst them being infused 350. Now see 2. The plain meaning of the expression infuse is that the SRA was liable to pay 3 tranches of 350, which is not 100 plus 150, not PBE. And that enclad was not justified at the interim stage, please mark, by permitting an adjustment of 350 against the last tranche. Because they knew that some adjustment is available in the plan, therefore it could not be done at the interim stage. Number 1. Now, my lord, the finding is very, very clear. Turn 2 pages down, my lord, para 21. 21. Your lordship turns to 21. Kindly see, my lord, 4th line in para 21. The offer which was made, my lords have that line, was made by SBI on behalf of the lenders, had to be complied with as it stood. In the event the SRA sought the benefit of the offer. Fair enough, my lord. No twisting of the offer. According to the SRA, PBG was liable to be released on adjustment in terms of the plan. This is a matter which has to await an adjudication in the appeal. The impugned order, on the other hand, allows the plea and consequential release on the interlocutory stage. I respectfully submit, my lord. The other side also, and we were at Adam. Whether you allow it at the interim stage can only be related to the offer, and whether it allowed in the plan is at a subsequent stage, which is neither examined, my lord, by them, by me, or by the court. This was only, my lord, PBG under the offer. If you have it in the plan at which stage, where, what, subject to what. That, my lord, would be the consequences of following the plan because the affidavit is out of the way. And that, my lord, with great respect, is what Justice Bhushan has done. He has not breached your lordship's order.
That's all.
That 75. See what Justice Bhushan said. Or what your lordships? A little further in your lordship's order. Same para at the end. Same para in your lordship's order. I was reading 21, my lord. After, my lord, middle. It has to await an adjudication. That whether in the plan you can get or not, my lord, the authority will decide. The impugned order, on the other hand, allows the plea or adjustment and consequential release at the interim stage. This prima facie would not be in accordance with the tenor of para 8 of the affidavit, which was filed by the SPI where the stated lender will not contest the issue in the appeal, conditional compliance, so and so, set out the affidavit, infusion 300. It could not be substituted with the reaction adjustment. At that stage, infusion meant that the third tranche had to pay the same manner, adjustment not. So therefore, my lord, this order is only on the offer. How can you read that the offer meant, my lord, that the court went through the plan and said, if you don't do, the consequence will be something more than a mere interim thing. Wait, 1 minute, please now.
24.
This, my lord, with great respect, this with great respect was the remit of this court. The remit of this court was refusal of an interim order. Refusal of an interim order by NCLAT is the remit, my lord, of this court. Unless the court says under 142, we will decide something more, of course, your lordship can. I am not saying. Your lordship could have decided the appeal. Your lordship could have withdrawn the appeal to your lordship. No problem. But when your lordship remit in a normal case, I am not saying, my lord, your lordship can't.
All right, what else remains now?
So now, this is how, my lord, the order saying that...
What's the point of the order?
Now, only two things, my lord. My friend keeps saying 475 crores, 1,000 crores, 500 crores. Now see, my lord, what is in one page, the plan itself says how much money has to come. Your lordship today knows only 350. But what is more than 350? Kindly turn only to one document. That there's a chart. 2 minutes on that. Just turn to that. Yeah.
What page?
Kindly turn to 205.
Of the main paper?
Yes. Lord, before I read it, these are the financials of the plan.
Page 205 or...
it is 231 PDF.
231.
Yes. Lord, these are financials of the plan. Before I read it, please note one thing, Lord. Kindly note it under the head financials of the plan. The financials, my lord, before I read this is, I have to bring in a total of 475 crores, which is payable in stage, my lord, I'll just paraphrase it. 475 is, my lord, my infusion. 350, your lordship has seen, 180 days and all that, your lordship has seen. 475 is the cap. I said I will not pay a penny more than the cap. Unfortunately, my lord, more than 475, 226 crores were added or thrust upon me by the payment of PF and gratuity. Your lordship might recall. Kindly just note, my lord, 475 is my final thing. My lord, 226 was added by way of PF.
Where do we get the 475?
Yeah, from here, from this document. I'll show you in 1 second. So 475, my lord. But what was thrust upon me unknowingly was the judgment, my lord, of the court, which received the blessing of this court. My SLP was rejected and 226 was added by way of PF, penalty on late PF and gratuity. So it became, my lord, finally 701 crores. But this will show you 475. That's how this 475 comes. So let's leave that PF, etc. All that is payable, my lord, at a later stage when the company starts. Your lordship remembers Mr. Vikas Mehta saying, pay me now, pay me now. It has to be paid, my lord, in staggered positions. Now kindly come to Milord 205. Very quickly I'll show you.
Yes.
Kindly Milord turn. On the top, your lordship will find a very attractive figure. Then it is a package of 4783 crores.
Right.
Then it comprises of committed cash. Then Milord, there is equity share, there is airport saving, additional upside, etc., etc. The latter part of all this, Milord, is imponderables. As and when they come, etc. We don't know how it will come. Now, Milord, come to the actual figures. The CIRP cost I gave, Milord, to start with is 25 crores. Then, Milord, the next amount is 380 crores.
This is workmen and employees 52 crores.
Yeah, I'm now kindly turn the page.
And total is 475.
Yes. So this 52, Milord, became 113 because of liquidation value. This is not, Milord, that what figure I am giving you. This is within this plan. 52 became 113, and under the plan, if you also turn back the page, 380 will become 319. So it is taken from one pocket into another pocket. That doesn't, Milord, carry us any further. Okay, make that position again, Milord. So 52 becomes, Milord, higher, but that becomes lower, so it remains 475. Nothing turns on it. Now come, Milord, towards the bottom. Your Lordship will get total. See the total at 206 at the foot. 475. This contingency of 25 did happen. So I'm not wasting your Lordship's time on that. It was meant, Milord, for a company for loyalty programs and all that. That didn't happen. So my infusion is 475. This 47 and the others are imponderables. For example, Milord, if you sell a plane, there is upside, we have to share it. If you get something from here, we have to share it. But my pocket is 475. And the plan records in several parts that, Milord, my infusion is capped at 475. I will show you one such stipulation. It is at several places. Milord, just see one at 218.
208. 208 says 475 is even prior to the
I
credit.
don't have much time, my friend. You will have a chance of rejoinder, please. Please. Please.
208.
I'm sorry, it's not true.
This is not.
So now come to 218. Just now see one line. Milord, I want to show you, Milord, only one line. Turn to 219. 219. Milord, this is what PDF is. 245 PDF. I'm showing you only one part.
Right.
The top starts with further.
Further.
Further, so on, so on. I'm not reading all that. Kindly come to the last part. Will be purse paid out of the positive balance of the CD on the effective date, remaining amount to be paid for reserved for creditors on a pro rata, subject to a maximum of 475. So mine is 475. 350, your lordship know. It was Z plus 180. That got extended. Came the offer. Offer went out of the window. Then came, Milord, the issue of adjustment against security of 3 Dubai properties. BKC they kept. The security issue lasted for a year and a half. They never accepted, Milord, the CD date. We are still struggling, Milord, when we went back from a lordship's order to NCLAT, who decided 2 months ago. In that order, Milord, he said what is the way forward now. Simple. So now what is the way forward, Milord? That 350 has to be met. He said 1.5 years has gone by, you are squabbling, Milord, for security creation. It should be created, Milord. Ultimately what happened was, I was saying that the value is 250. They appointed a valuer who said the value is 236. I said, all right, I'll give you 14 in cash. So it is 250. Once it is 250, let's execute the document. Then the PPG, Milord, instead of release, can be encashed and given to you. So you will have 350. If you release, then I give you 150, the same thing. You take the PPG, you take the security, because unless security is given, Milord, PPG can't be tinkered with. So 350 you will get if you accept the security, for which all these 1.5 years have gone by. So the way forward, Milord, by the tribunal, your lordship is seen. Because the lordship asked a question, what should happen now? Milord, I don't want to spend time on it. My friend kept saying, Milord, airport dues are 20 crores a month. He kept saying we are bleeding. The airport dues after, Milord, the effective date are over on my head, not theirs. It is I am bleeding. So 250 crores of airport dues has gone from my pocket, in as much as some went from the cash deposit of the company. Your company was not zero. It had some money, Lord, it had leased an aircraft to Etihad. Etihad had given some money. They sold some plane, some money was there. All the balance is on my head, not theirs. I'm not putting that blame on you. Though you have spent 2 years from the effective date, yet I am bleeding because that liability is mine, not yours. So every month of delay, my lord, from the effective date, 2.5 years, multiplied by 20 crores, is, my lord, will take us to some 250, 300 crores.
Please record
So
this paper.
I am bleeding.
Contrary to the plan. Please record it because he's going to
All right,
concede 1,000
if
crores.
you don't want
Please
it,
record
fine,
it.
no problem.
But this 1,000
I
crores
was
is on
saying,
me.
I
He's
was
conceding.
saying, no,
Please
it's not
record it.
you.
That will take
But if you don't, will not comply, on one hand, you can't say that Mr. Rodgi's client should pay 250 crores, but I'm not giving you a share. I won't give you the company. I won't give you, allow you a director. This is where, my lord, this imbroglio was going on. And I was doing whatever I could. Now, only, my lord, way forward.
Let's see that. Where is that?
My lord, the way forward is page 106 of the impute. The page here. 131 PDF. Lord, 132 top. Or Lord, in fact, come back a page. In fact, I want to show Lord a page or two earlier. Kindly come to para 122. Para 122. I'll quickly read it.
Printed 10.
Have struggled. Kindly come back to para 122. All right. All right. Milord, hold on here. Return to Milord PDF 128 para 119. These are important findings. They are factual findings. The judge, Milord, examined every document which I am trying to show to you, Lordship. All the minutes, all these details, all this correspondence for Milord security creation. Para 119. These are strong observations. They are not baseless. After having noted various contents going through sequence of events which took place, we feel necessary to make our comments on the role of the action of the lenders. Then the land judge goes on, C121. The plan provides performance security to be given by SRA for implementation. As noted, PBG of 150 is already handed over. BKC is already been with the lender whose security value is 246 crores. We fail to see the reason for lenders not proceeding to implement. Lenders from the very beginning have taken the stand that unless the SRA executes a draft undertaking which was shared by them, so this undertaking was the Chief Justice referred to, Milord, they made it of their own. It's not a part of the plan. They added, Milord, an annexure. So you can't say make an annexure and then I will go, Milord, and support you. Despite their lack of support, I succeeded. Now, we will see further. Lenders from the beginning have taken the stand unless they execute which was shared by lenders. The plan implemented. We have already noticed certain clauses of draft which have been extracted by the A and the Clause 12 of the draft provides in case of conflict so and so. Now, 122. The above indicates the mindset of lenders who voted some more undertaking in addition to what is contemplated in the plan for lenders to proceed. When the resolution plan say provides for security, we fail to see the insistence of the lenders for executing another undertaking. We further notice next para. Notice 39.9. A creditor who is agreed by non-implementation can approach the authority. The creditors who were agreed were given a statutory right to approach the authority with direction with regard to implementation. The fact that lenders never filed any application before the AF for bringing out any non-implementation indicates the lenders in their own way taking the stand that SRA has not achieved the condition precedent. We have already noticed SRA filed an application, which I mentioned to you, which ended on 13 January. One more fact which has to be noted before the court. It is submitted by counsel as said when the payment of 100 crores made by the SRA, lenders filed an application raising certain concerns of fulfillment of section 29A with regard to so and so. The act of the lenders is filing an application before the A include another attempt to somehow create a block. Then now they have filed an application under 29A which is still pending. They don't approve this because one of their investors 5 years ago is a man called Florian, and Florian is disqualified under 29A. So this is also one more attempt. One more attempt, Milord, is at para 125, which they have filed. saying that now we know this Florian has come, Florian is disqualified. Implementation is a collaborative project which requires positive action, including MC. Implementation will not only revive the CD but brings the revival new employment, generation of revenue by non-implemented. Direct sufferers, the workers, employees will not implement. It's true. Lenders are entitled to take steps to protect the amount, but that's not the only object. Lenders to protect their own financial cannot ignore the primary object of revival of the CD and payments to other stakeholders, including workmen, so and so, are entitled to payment. Lenders, by not taking positive steps in implementation, have not only adversely affected the SR but also create circles, so the workmen will not be paid. Now, 127 is very important. Instead of taking positive steps for implementation, council and over submission have always been pressing for direction to liquidate, which is neither acceptable nor legal. We hope and trust that lenders will now play a positive and collaborative so the different milestones of the plan can be achieved, so and so, so and so, so and so. Indeed, we dispose of the appeals in the following manner. Then, your lordship will find, now see 2. The MC as the SRA directed to take steps to create a charge over the Dubai properties 1, 2, 3 within 90 days. This took 1.5 years. SRA will bear the expenses. I will bear all expenses. Within 30 days. The next page. PBG shall be adjusted towards the first tranche after below the security creation. By adjustment, payment below the 350 will be complete. So PBG to be adjusted, security to be created. Then below shares, reconstitution of shares. Then once the first tranche is made, payments will be made to workmen, etc., which will be completed in 60 days. SRA will submit an application for reissue of the AOC, which will be obtained in 30 days, 90 days. Closing date will be so much. Then PF as per order so and so of the tribunal, which came up to Supreme Court.
How this 12 crores figure in para 8?
14. It should be 14. It's a typo.
It's a typo.
It's 14.
In this.
It becomes 14.
It's 14.
In para.
It's 16.5.
In para 129, clause 8. Is this correct? 12 crores?
No, it's 14.
It's 1-4.
1-4.
Yes. Oh, my lord, at the end of the day, after looking at all the positions which were not, I respectfully submit before the Supreme Court, the ultimate order is that here is the, you have to bring, ultimately boils down to 350 out of 475. That 350 either by way of the offer, which failed, otherwise it is available in the plan, provided you create a security. They were delaying the security. Security, my lord, is for Dubai 1, Dubai 2, Dubai 3. BKC they have kept in their pocket to my disadvantage. These securities can be created. I will sign the document tomorrow. You create the security. Please encash the PBG and take it away. So you have the 350 plus the security, and then we go forward, my lord, in this fashion. At the end of the day now, my lord, I respectfully submit. These are all questions of fact. We have troubled a lordship, my lord, only on these questions of fact. This is an appeal concluded by questions of fact. I am only showing this because in the first instance, the lordship never examined this because suddenly out of the blue came the affidavit issue. What preoccupied the mind of the court was the affidavit. I was saying I met the affidavit offer by PBG. Your lordship said no. And your lordship clearly said that this is interim. How can the tribunal decide on interim adjustment? There can't be interim adjustment. It has to be a final adjustment. I can understand that. Interim adjustment is very awkward because if your lordships hold against the interim thus, you can't have an interim adjustment. So interim adjustment went out of the window. The offer went out of the window. And your lordship clearly said in their argument and the order that look, if you have anything, this my lord, otherwise the lordship would have said go to liquidation. Why would your lordship see consequence? The Supreme Court doesn't have to, my lord, put it in the guided form. Lordship liquidation. And therefore, my lord, at the end of the day, if you look at the holistic picture, here is a man who is not, my lord, I am trying, my lord, my best to revise.
How long would you take?
I'll just supplement on a few points.
You're finished now.
No, there is something left. There is another appeal as well.
From the order. Just 10 more minutes.
10-15 minutes.
And then we'll have a question. Lordship not going to say anything.
I appear for the RP. The issue which is connected with the matter, but not the controversies, because these matters are pending for 2 or 3 years. There are about 150 cases filed, across various fora, in the country, where bailable warrants are being issued because RP now becomes the authorized representative of, the monitoring committee. But in similar matters, my lord, when RP was hounded and was arrested also in one of the cases, your lordships, my lord, had passed a protective order. I have filed an, my lord, application stating that since the matter is in the session of this honorable court, but all these orders and all these fora, my lord, should not proceed against the RP because I have no personal liability. I'm today, my lord, not even an RP because, my lord, resolution plan has been approved. I have now become, my lord, a part of the monitoring committee, and in the monitoring committee, my lord, I am the authorized representative. There's one short application I'll place for 2 minutes.
So about 10 minutes for Mr. Shankaran, and thereafter we'll, of course, your application will take on the record, and about 10 minutes for you.
25 minutes I'll complete. 6 points, bullet points I'll complete it.
We'll give half an hour between both Mr. Shankaran and Mr. Venkataraman. It was a small 1-page or a 2-page note.
But I need the 20 minutes, 6 points. That's all.
20 minutes, give us a short note so that Mr. Shankaran can also give us a 1-page note.
I have uploaded a binder which your lordship may
All
look
right,
at.
yes.
It's self-explanatory. The document is there
All
already.
right. So half an hour tomorrow we'll wrap up.
Place a 2-page note, my lord.
So there was item